If anyone can hear me, the sound of my voice, come to the sound of my voice. Yes. Welcome, welcome. What's that? Good morning. Good morning. Hello? Is it sounding bad? Oh, yeah? Well, it's just going to be my voice, so I don't know. It certainly sounds loud, so I'm okay. I'll try not to get too excited and yell and scream, but I think I got everything. Well, good morning. Oh, thank you. No, I'm good. It's against my religion. Good. I'm set. 2 bottles of water. When they run out, I stop talking. Oh, it's really good to be with you this morning, and had the privilege of coming in. I guess it was Thursday. I got in, and Friday morning. I started traveling on Thursday from a place called Napanee, Ontario, where Avril Lavigne is from. Actually, I knew Avril when she was a little girl. She attended Evangel Temple in Napanee, and I got there's a video of her with one of our Christmas cantatas back in the day when every church did a Christmas cantata, and she was an angel in costume only. she was a terror in reality, but anyway, yeah, of her singing, and actually, and her and our present day pianist. One of our musicians, one of our pianists at the church, they used to fight all the time over the mic, all the time. But anyway, yeah. My name is Dan Collado, from well, currently I live in Napanee, and it's pretty much where I grew up. It's essentially my earliest recollections of my life. I was actually born in Dayton, Ohio, in the States. Yeah. But certainly, whenever I have the opportunity to have indigenous conversations, I always like to begin by addressing just a bit of my own heritage. I know that if people were forced to guess at my ethnicity, usually the guesses that I get is that I'm Italian. Yeah. Typically, what happens is, and my theory is where that comes from is one, obviously, my complexion, the way I look, but then also my last name, Collado. However, Collado is actually not Italian. I have I've done the swab thing, whatever. There's not 1 ounce of Italian in me. But actually, Collado is actually Spanish. And in a Spanish pronunciation of my last name is actually Collado. 2 L's in Spanish make a Y sound, a Y sound. So I'm Dan, or my official name, Daniel, or Daniel in Spanish, Daniel Collado. See, my father was Puerto Rican. Didn't grow up within a Spanish context at all. He passed away when I wasn't even 2 years old, about a year and a half old when he died. And actually, my mom wasn't even with him at the time. She had gone up to visit her family up in the Napanee, Belleville area. That's actually where my mom was born. Because actually, on my mom's side, my grandmother is full-blood Mohawk from the Tyendinaga Bay of Quinte Mohawks. There, which is like 2 hours east of Toronto, right off the 401 main highway there. And so my theory is you get Italian when you cross a Puerto Rican with a Mohawk. So I'm not sure about the science on that, but people think that. And then too, I mean, we'll be talking about cultures, and so, obviously images and stereotypes will kind of, prop up in our minds and things of that nature. And I know Italians can tend to talk with their hands, and I do that a lot. So with the combination of talking with my hands and my complexion, particularly as the winter months come on and I'm not out in the sun as much, I really whiten up, and so I can look Italian, so that's fine. I know growing up in high school, I wouldn't call him a friend. He was an acquaintance, and he wasn't being like really, really mean, but sometimes he was a bit of a goofball. But I grew up with him calling me pizza sucker, because he thought I was Italian, right? But anyway, I could take him, so it was okay. But my desire here today, and then we'll be touching on tomorrow morning, but this afternoon in particular. Actually, before I get to that, let me just kind of share a little bit of who I am. So I have indigenous status, Mohawk, Bay of Quinte, but I didn't grow up within an indigenous context. My grandmother, though born in Tyendinaga, she married a non-status man, and so she lost her status, and so her children weren't considered native, and actually she couldn't live on the community anymore. And so basically my family grew up next to the community. in what's called Deseronto, and so I grew up in that area because there's Napanee, and there's a little community just north of Napanee called Selby that I grew up in. And so I attended, a couple of the different public schools that were in that area, and then went to the main high school that everybody from that area went to. And it was just, a small, rural, kind of country town vibe. And Tyndonega was kind of like surrounded and part of that. And so there wasn't necessarily a big divide or segregation. There are certainly certain narratives that you would hear growing up concerning the indigenous people in Tyndonega. But for the most part, simple country folk that were just about, working the land and getting business done. And so there wasn't, certainly the higher level of tensions that some communities have faced across our country. But I got involved with indigenous ministry a long time ago, and it had actually nothing to do with the fact that I had indigenous blood, running through my veins. So after a missions trip to Africa, I was 3.5 weeks in Zimbabwe, Africa primarily, and it was on the on the plane ride back that I really felt God was calling me to full-time ministry. And now the call wasn't clear. All I knew is that I got to go to Bible college. That was the one thing I knew for sure coming back on the plane. Got to go to Bible college. And so went through the first year, and first year pressure is off. You don't have to figure out what you want to be when you grow up, because everybody takes the same courses and all of that. But come second year, you're starting to feel the pressure of, okay, what are you going to major in? What are you going to do? And when I was going to school back in the late 80s, because I graduated in 1990, in graduating, or leading up to that, like second year, they start telling you, okay, what are you going to major in? And back then, there were basically 3 majors. You had a major in missions, a major in pastoral theology, so if you want to be a pastor, obviously, and then a Bachelor of Religious Education. And so I kind of backed up into missions because I said, well, my mom's a teacher. Now, she wasn't a religious teacher. She was a school teacher, public school teacher. And it was like, I saw all the work she had to do. And I was like, no, that doesn't excite me. I'm not interested in that. And then for pastor, I said, well, how in the world am I going to come up? And this is back in the day when like a typical church would have 2 Sunday services, right? A Sunday morning, a Sunday evening, then there'd be a midweek. That was like a full-blown service again. And I'm thinking to myself, I got to come up with 3 sermons every week, like 3 new ones every week. There's no way I can do that. And that was part of my thought process of, yeah, God's not calling me to be a pastor. And so the only one left was missions. So I said, well, I guess that, Lord, that's what you're calling me to. And so, yeah, see how spiritual I was? Yeah. So I back up into missions, but God was so gracious and is gracious. It was actually confirmed during spiritual emphasis days. There's a couple of days where classes are canceled, and there's special meetings that happened back then. And the special speaker came, and this one service he spoke, and I responded to the call, and God gave him a word for me. Didn't know me, and he confirmed that I'm in the right place where I'm supposed to be. And so it was just like, okay, somehow I stumbled into the will of God here. All right, missions. Well, my thought is, okay, overseas, right? Because particularly back in the late 80s, going into the 90s, and even prior to that, missions meant overseas, international. So I thought, okay, that's where I'm going to go. And then, so I get to fourth year, and I'm starting to feel the pressure again, because I'm noticing all my other colleagues and peers in the missions program seem to be all being called in one of two ways. They're either felt really called that God was directing them to a specific location, some geographical location, either throughout the world somewhere, or they felt called to a specific people. And I'm like, I'm not feeling any of that. I got nothing of those two things. It's like, so I start getting real practical, because I'm a pragmatist at heart by default. It's like, okay, if this works, this makes sense, all right, this is what we're going to do. And so I'm thinking, all right, well, I've got some Spanish heritage, my last name. If I learned to speak Spanish, well then, the world's my oyster. I could go, South America, over even into Europe. There's a lot of places I could be useful for the kingdom. And I thought, yeah, okay, that's what I'm going to do. Anyway, long story short, I graduate and doors don't open. Doors don't open. And I'm thinking, Lord, what's going on here? And I'm starting to feel pressure from other people and family members. So it's like, you need to go get a church. You don't want to waste your calling. And it's like, but I didn't want to do something just as a stepping stone to somewhere else. And so I'm wrestling with God. And so it took 3 years until I came face to face with what I was doing in my wrestling with God, and how I was putting him in a box and saying, all right, Lord, this is my calling that's based upon my strengths and weaknesses. And so, Lord, this is what my calling needs to look like. I didn't realize that I was putting him in that box. I thought I was just being real practical about, my limitations. And so I finally end up praying a prayer. See, because at the time, my mom, who was a teacher, she's now retired, she worked for the Ontario School Board. I'm not sure if it's it's the whole provincial school board, if it was a section of Ontario. But anyway, this school board was running a program for teachers, seasoned teachers, that if you worked for 4 years at 3/4 of your salary, the 5th year you could have a full salary with time off, the whole year off, and you'd still get paid your full salary. And the reason why they did that is because back then there was a whole bunch of teachers coming up that didn't have places to kind of practice their craft. And so this was a way to get seasoned teachers to, hey, take a year off, and that'll free up places for, these new teachers to get some experience. So she took that up. So for like 4 years, she only pulled in 3/4 of her salary, but then on the 5th year, got a full salary and her year off. And she had planned, because she'd always wanted to do some missions work, she wanted to teach English as a second language. And so she was going to China. And the year that she was supposed to go was the same year that the Tiananmen Square student uprising happened. And so her trip got canceled. And so she's now realizing, I got a year on my hands. What am I going to do? I need to do something. So she finds out through some searching that there's need of teachers up in Canada's north. And so for a year, she was up in Joe Haven on King William Island, which is inside the Arctic Circle. She went up there, taught for a year. That position didn't renew, but she enjoyed it so much that she ended up looking for other places. And the school board in Ontario were willing to hold her position and that kind of thing. And so she could keep in standing with the school board. So she searched out and found there was a Dene community called Trout Lake over in near Hay River in the Northwest Territories, just kind of like at the foot of the Yukon, just north of the BC border, right in that area. A little Dene community. And there she just fell in love with the people. She was the only teacher. It was a one-room school. where she taught multiple grades in that one room. There was no phones in the community except at the band office. That was the only phone that was there. And this is in the 90s. And she, now, luckily for being a teacher, she actually had running water. Nobody else did, other than band offices and things of that nature. And so here she was in this community, and she wrote to me, and this was back before the internet and social media. And so in a snail mail letter, she wrote to me, and I can still remember it to this day. I'm sitting at the kitchen table, and she said, "Dan, if you were here, you could preach every day." See, there was a church, but they had no pastor. It was an Anglican priest who had like 3 or 4 other parishes to kind of look after, and he would kind of come in on a circuit and be in and out, for a weekend, and wouldn't be back, and for another month or so. And just those words, "Dan, if you were here, you could preach every day," it sparked something in me. And it didn't have anything to do with of an indigenous nature. It was just like, there's a need. And so I prayed right then. I said, "All right, Lord." Well, I don't know if it was right then, reading that letter, but it was shortly after that, because that was the catalyst that just kind of touched me. And so I prayed this prayer, and it's a dangerous prayer, and you don't pray it unless you really mean it. But at that point, I said, "God, I will go wherever there's a need." And I said, "If a door opens, I will walk through it. And if it's not of you, you are going to have to close it." See, because up until then, like I'm 4th generation Pentecostal. My great-grandparents were not only believers, they were Pentecostals. And so I had this spiritual heritage, just wonderful. I grew up in a wonderful environment. And I realized that I was riding on the spiritual coattails of my family. And I had to have a personal encounter with Jesus. And I had to put my faith, not my family's faith, in Jesus. I had to put my faith. And I had never had to do that because there was such a surplus of faith that I could always count on and bail me out. But I got desperate enough. And so I said, "Lord, I'm willing. Whatever it takes, I'll do it. There's a need." And it just, I prayed that prayer, and doors began to open. It just so happens that the doors were always indigenous in nature. And so I just kept saying yes, and I keep saying yes. And so here I am, pushing 30 years later now, and still saying yes. And so that's a little bit about me. But tonight, I should tell you, married to a wonderful Newfoundlander. And she's, the two of us, we've been blessed with 2 boys. We're now officially empty nesters. So both our boys have moved out. They're both married, and they're both serving the Lord and in ministry. And so we're just really blessed, really, really blessed. I know your pastors here actually know our boys, our oldest one in particular. And so they were in school together, pretty close anyway. And so, just wonderfully blessed, and wanting to give the Lord honor in our time together today. So, aside from, and as perhaps you've kind of picked up from just that introduction, aside from talking about indigenous specific things, really at the core of our time together, it's really just about wanting to talk about the importance of learning the culture. What's going on here? Yeah, the importance of learning the culture. There it is. Because essentially, the ministry. I'm going to turn off my backlight here. That's distracting me. There we go. Essentially, ministry can be understood as communicating the message of the gospel effectively. And that's what we want to do. We want to communicate the good news of Jesus Christ effectively. Now, communication can be influenced both positively and negatively by a number of factors. And there are courses on effective communication, all the different kinds of communication. We're not going to get into all of that and explore all of those possibilities. But I thought, just as a way to ease our minds into thinking about cultural context, okay? One of the most influential factors that affects communication is verbal language, right? Perhaps it's the most obvious one. Our language, what we say, it's how we communicate our ideas. It's how we communicate our values to others. And so the thing is, even if two people speak the same language, be it English, some words can have very distinct meanings in certain geographical locations. And so I thought that as a way to kind of get our mindset around this idea that culture and context influences communication, I want to start with a simple exercise. All right. So I'm gonna ask you to quickly take one page each. Oh, and here I've got, in case you didn't come armed with a pen or pencil, you can just grab one there as well. A simple little fun little exercise. I did this with the youth on Friday, and they had fun with it. We'll see how the adults do with all your sage wisdom and worldly experience. And so as those are getting handed out, you're going to see a list of English words that have their North American meanings beside them, okay? And then below that, you're going to see definitions of those same words, but definitions that come from the UK, the United Kingdom. So Britain and the British Isles. But of course, they're going to be in random order. And what you're going to need to do, you can see that the words up above had numbers. So in the blank on the definitions below, you're going to try to match the word up top with the UK definition down below. And you can just write the corresponding number in the space provided there. And so once you've got your handout, you can begin working on that. We won't need to take very long with it. But it's just a simple exercise to get you thinking about cultural contexts in communication. And we're just going to see how that affects our understanding of things. And so just give you a moment to get through those 10 words and definitions. And then we'll work at it together here. No cheating now. But if it's gonna cause a fight, then go ahead. It won't be graded. Not to get sidetracked, but how do you like the Surface Duo? Yeah, you like that?
You just became his best friend. You recognize
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I'm a Microsoft guy, as you could see. Yeah. Okay. We'll chat later. All right. How are we doing? We're just about through the 10? No? No? I can, oh, it's the two. I'll see it on Friday with the youth. The winner got a Kinder Egg, but I don't think you guys get any. No prize for you. Don't stress about it too much. You won't be graded. Most of you won't be graded. Down. Watch Downton Abbey. Yeah. Well, I was going to say my wife's into the British procedurals. Actually, she's into the British royal procedural, but Downton Abbey definitely. Yeah, The Crown. Yeah, all of them. Yeah. All of them. Yeah. All right. Well, we're gonna, even if you didn't complete that, we will kind of look into this. So I've got on the PowerPoint here, we'll kind of work through them one at a time. And so we've got the North American words on the left there, and the United Kingdom definitions. And so for trainers, what did you say for trainers? What's the UK definition? When they say trainers, what are they talking about? You got it. It's sneakers, running shoes. Actually, sneakers / running shoes is also another. Down in the States, it's sneakers. In the U.S., they call them sneakers. We're actually more running shoes. People. All right. So now we're going to take you on your honor. All right, so how many got that right? Be honest with you. Okay. All right, here we go. Whoops. Okay, trolley. What did you say it was? Shopping cart. You're right. Got a shopping cart here in North America. Particularly down in the States, they call them the trolleys, the streetcars. But shopping carts in the UK. Biscuits. Or a biscuit. What? I heard somebody. Cookies. Yeah. Cookies. Interesting one. To table a topic. That is correct. And this is I said this is an interesting one because in a way this is exactly the opposite to here in North America. We could easily say about something that we will put off until later. We'll say we're going to table that, right? If you're in business meetings at all, they often say that. We'll table that for another time. Whereas in the UK, it literally means we're going to talk about it now. So saying the same thing, and yet it's meaning exactly the opposite. Interesting. All right, pants. Any other suggestion? No. It is. It's underwear. So we talk about pants all the time, and the UK is like, come on, be modest, people. Yeah. Pants. We'll kind of see what their reference for pants is in here in a little bit. But braces. What did you say for braces? Anybody? Braces. Yeah, I heard it. Yeah. And trousers are what UK say for our pants. It's their trousers. All right? But our underwear is their pants. All right, jock. It is. Yep. Scottish person. While affectionate in some instances, it can also be interpreted as a bit derogatory. As many things can be, depending on your closeness in sharing that. We can often say things to one another that would be derogatory, but we understand, it as a term of endearment. But I would caution you that if you ever find yourself in Scotland, to be careful if you use this word, with who you use it with. All right, chips. Chips. French fries. No. French fries. Chips are French fries in the UK. For us, they're potato chips, right? They're a late night snack while you're watching a movie or TV show, while you're watching Downton Abbey. Chips. All right. Interesting. Does anybody know? Okay, besides the person from England has that heritage. Do you know what we call potato chips? Do you know what they call them? Or yes. Yeah, you said it. Crisps. You got it. All right. Thong. That is correct. Yeah. That's because our heritage is British, right? You go over to the Maritimes, you get into Newfoundland, they still use a lot of Old English terms. Okay, yes. So now this is, of course, singular, so it's a flip-flop shoe. And then flat, by process of elimination, there's only one left. Yes, an apartment on one floor. All right, so who got all 10? Well, look at you. I don't know how many are in here. 3. Okay, there's 3 in here. So yeah, 1 egg each. It's not 1 box each. So all right, so as you guys await your prize of Kinder eggs there, obviously that language, what we verbally share, is one way that we communicate. Obviously, not just verbal communication is something that we do a lot of. So how many we got over here? Yeah. I was telling them they got to share 1 egg each. You don't get a whole box because it wasn't that hard of a test. So there's also nonverbal communication, right? In North America, this is interesting, we'll often gesture for someone to come where we are by doing this, right? We do that all the time. Come on over here. Well, in certain areas of the world, this is an absolute no-no. You do not call any person, any human being this way. Like in Korea, this is a reference to call for a pet, an animal. You do this. In other, I think it might be Thailand, having your hand up like this is a gesture for sexual favor. You're calling over a prostitute, what have you. To call someone to you that you're not wanting sexual favors from, you do this. So your palm is down and you scoop towards yourself, which is very similar to ours, go away, right? But theirs is come. So you do this for human beings, this for pets or sexual favors in some countries. Very interesting. All of these things influence our ability to communicate. There are other factors as well, but ultimately, communication is influenced by culture, and it's influenced by its customs, which are simply just expressions of value. And that those values come out of that culture. They're expressed through that culture. So that kind of begs the question here of why we've gathered here, why my time with you this morning is, and this afternoon, is what is it that we need to know about the indigenous culture? See, there are nations, literally, there are nations within our nation of Canada. And one of the first things that we need to know about indigenous culture is that indigenous culture is not uniform across the country. For some people, I would imagine perhaps here in Thompson, this is less of a shock, but I've had opportunity to give these kind of talks in more southern locales, urban places, cities, Toronto, whatever have you. And this is like a bit of a new revelation that indigenous people aren't carbon copies across the country. There's a very, very unique difference with the nations that are represented here in Canada. There's over 70 languages and dialects spoken within our indigenous peoples. And you really would be putting yourself at a deficit if you think that studying one First Nation group, like say the James Bay Cree up in northern Quebec, will adequately prepare you to function seamlessly with, say, the Stolo people over in BC. Both First Nation do share a lot of common values, but very, very distinct cultures and very distinct nations. So, as I alluded to, there are some similarities. There are some shared values, some commonalities where we're going to glean some insight into, and we're going to look at that in a little bit. But the fact is, when you've got two people, regardless of their ethnicity, in order to have true relationship, in order to have like real communication, there's a primary need for both sides to understand what the other side values. If you really want to, or if you really want to understand me, then you need to know what's important to me. And if I'm really going to understand you and really want to communicate with you, I need to understand what's important to you. And so you've got this give and take of of finding out each other's values. And depending on how much could possibly be shared values, then it increases the possibility for even better communication. But it starts with knowing what's important with the other side. Because if we don't do that, if we don't take the time to figure out what's important for that person, then we're kind of really left with just surface level dialogue. We got surface level interaction, and it's no different if you're talking with one-on-one or you're talking about nation-to-nation relationships. When both sides are not interacting and trying to find out what the other side values, the communication is going to be limited. So, what the indigenous community really craves from the rest of Canada is to be understood. I don't know if you know the movie Avatar. Remember it, whether you've watched it or not. It was released back in like 2009. But in that movie, so you had the natives of this moon called Pandora. They were native to that planet or that moon. And they used an expression when they greeted each other that in English translated to, "I see you." And they would greet one another in that manner, with saying this expression that meant, "I see you." But the term meant more than just simply, "I see you" physically. But it's like, "I see all of you," and I acknowledge all of you. I see your feelings. I see your intentions. I see your soul. I see everything about you. And so this would be their greeting with one another. And in a way, that is precisely what Indigenous Canadians desire from the rest of Canada. They want Canada to see all of them, all of themselves. Not simply be seen physically, but want to be understood. And when you think about it, I mean, that's really not unique. Because the fact is, it's really not any different from any one of us. In our heart of hearts, we want people to understand us. We want people to know who we are. And so how do we do that? And this is where we kind of really get into the meat of our time together. And it really begins with having an understanding that there is a profound, fundamental, there are profound fundamental differences that exist between the Indigenous worldview and the typical non-Indigenous worldview here in Canada. Now, I need to preface all this coming conversation here now. We need to understand something, that as we move forward in our time together, I'm going to be addressing Indigenous and non-Indigenous concepts in like a very broad strokes kind of way. I'll be speaking in general terms in order to kind of like clearly mark out the differences between the two cultures. But in no way am I suggesting that every Indigenous person is exactly like this, and that every non-Indigenous person is exactly the opposite, okay? We're all individuals. We're uniquely created by God, but there are some shared values and subsequent behaviors that have and do tend to emerge within each group. And so these are the things that I want to highlight. So, typical Indigenous worldview, I think, can be anchored upon two main pillars of understanding. And this first primary pillar is what I'm going to call, or what has been called, communal understanding of existence. You probably are already familiar with this. You've just, perhaps it's never been kind of named and quantified, this idea. But it's the thought that and the understanding and living out a life that has the concept that all life is seen as part of the environment. So it really has a holistic approach to it. It's all encompassing. So there's a real strong sense of homogeneity, right? Like homo milk. It cannot be separated. Everything is connected. Everything has influence on everything else. Now, it may not necessarily be equal influence, but everything has a say. And so it's not simply that all human beings are connected, but every form of life, plant, animal as well, all have influence upon everything else. So it's like all of creation is interconnected with itself and with the Creator. And so it's really this communal web of interconnectedness. Okay? But in those connections, there is a recognized power dynamic that could be exercised. And so typically, indigenous people throughout our country do not struggle with the idea of killing an animal for food. Now, I know up here in Thompson in the north, it's kind of a way of life. But I tell you, you get into urban centers and cities, and it's like, this is a foreign thing. It's like, what? And, and you're thinking, well, where do you think you go to the grocery store, where do you think that comes from? But anyway, so there's this real understanding that, indigenous people, so they don't struggle with that, killing an animal for food. So this isn't some, Buddhist karma understanding of existence, right? That you don't harm any living thing. It's not that type of interconnectedness. So the hunting, the fishing, right? Being out on the land, it's core value. And indigenous people, to this day, they're not ambiguous about it. Yet you'll be hard-pressed to find, indigenous vegans or vegetarians, for that matter. Yet they can be as equally, be animal lovers and nature activists, the strongest there, and yet have no problem in taking the life and harvesting, that resource. I really kind of liken it to The Lion King, The Circle of Life, right? Remember that animated movie? It's that principle at work. It's actually where they pulled it from, this is very much a native tribal thing, even in Africa, this idea that everything's connected. And so indigenous people believe that they have a right to exist, not to exploit, but to exist, understanding that holistically everything is connected. And so the lion eats the antelope, right? But it's when the lion dies, it becomes the grass that then the antelope then eats. And so you've got this holistic perspective grounds the indigenous person's understanding of their role within the environment. Now, on a very fundamental level, indigenous people really see themselves as caretakers and not owners. And we're going to see here in a little bit just how that is a big contrast to the Euro-Canadian way of looking at life. They're not above it, but we're within it, and we're affecting a certain level of influence on creation that comes with great responsibility from the Creator. Okay. Now you're going to understand here that in talking about these worldviews, indigenous worldview, this is a generic indigenous worldview that's not slanted by or influenced by Canadian Christian culture. All right. This is just a generic overview overview of a typical secular indigenous worldview. So we need to understand it in that lens. But on a very fundamental level, indigenous people, they see themselves as caretakers. They identify their identity comes from the land. It connects them to their history, their relatives, to their people. Many indigenous would say that without land, that they're not a people, because there's really this strong interconnectedness. This definitely was the traditional indigenous worldview that the early European settlers would have needed to engage with. And although certainly current times have brought about, more modern perceptions, for indigenous people, many are still shaped today by this communal understanding of existence, that we're connected with all living things. And so you've got humans that are just but a strand of the environment, right? They're just a strand, one thread of a web in the whole interconnectedness of creation. And so with this understanding, there's a belief that humanity is not simply a partaker, but a caretaker of the environment for the following generations. And so you've got this communalism, right? It really becomes a core value. Like everything essentially kind of builds upon that understanding of existence. All of indigenous culture kind of builds up from this core value for indigenous people. So you compare that, though, with the dominant Canadian worldview, and of course, our dominant worldview here in Canada now, I mean, that came from the early colonists. But the dominant worldview today is hierarchical. They have a hierarchical understanding of existence, where humanity is seen as being at the top of the food chain, as it were. This dominant worldview, it tends to prioritize human achievement. And so, consequently, this worldview really, it reflects a favoring of individualism and autonomy. All strong things. Whereas, by contrast, you look at, you consider an indigenous worldview. The indigenous worldview gives priority to the community more so than the individual. Now, that's not to say, however, that individualism is not valued within an indigenous context, because it most certainly is, and we're going to circle back to that in just a bit. But here, right off the bat, as I've just kind of laid out those things, you can get a pretty good picture and see how these two apparent conflicting worldviews could really kind of bump heads. There seems to be some very polar opposite type of values here. And one of the natural outworkings of this predominant worldview is that they tend to see humanity as separate from the environment, which is completely opposite to a typical indigenous worldview. And that it really is a significant difference. The early colonists, see, instead, they perceived the environment as more of a commodity. It was something that could be explored, it could be subdued, it could be conquered, if you will. And it could be used at one's own discretion. And so all of that would have been so foreign to the indigenous person in interacting with the colonists and how to live and how to navigate their understanding and perception of the world. We're not overlords of this resource. We're but partakers and part of this creation. And so that's pillar number one, all right? This communal understanding of existence. And so we've got this secondary pillar that I'm going to refer to as the law of non-interference. Now, I don't know if there's any Star Trek fans here, but so I grew up Star Trek, and I'm a bit of a Trekkie. Now, the original premise of this TV show and movies, so of this make-believe universe of Star Trek, it was about space exploration and seeking out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no man has gone before. Well, in that show, you had Starfleet of the United Federation, and they had what was called a prime directive, all right? And what that prime directive was a guiding principle that prohibited its members from interfering with the internal and natural development of alien civilizations, all right? That was their prime directive. We don't interfere with what's going on with the native population, okay? It just, their native population was on different worlds. So, just like Starfleet, all right, this law of non-interference is at work within the indigenous worldview. It's a principle value that recognizes the right to self-determination. And so historically, this is what kept the indigenous people from wanting to mess with the natural involvement or evolvement of other nations and other civilizations. Okay, so consequently, this guiding principle of non-interference, it actually often led to indigenous societies to having this non-confrontation bias. And what do I mean by that? Well, this isn't to say that there were no conflicts or that, everybody got along because no one wanted to, say, hey, you shouldn't be doing that. What this did, because, I don't want to say that there were no warrior societies, because there were. There were conflicts. But those tended to be outliers. Historically, they also, so they weren't the norm. They were typically associated with seasons of perceived survival priorities. So it wasn't a case of we're going to conquest for conquest's sake. It was if we don't raid or pillage or what have you, we're not going to make it through to, through the winter, that kind of thing. But again, though, its development of this non-confrontation, it was due to that first overarching belief of communal understanding of existence. It's like you didn't control or own the environment. You couldn't stop the seasons from happening. You couldn't control the movement of wildlife, so you didn't own or control the land and its resources. You shared it instead with those from the past, with those in the present, and you're actually borrowing it and looking after it for those who would use it in the future. And so this guiding principle, it really was at the heart of the indigenous people's initial interactions with the early Europeans. And so they had this understanding of non-interference, non-confrontation, really kind of took shape. It's like, okay, you're free to do your thing, we'll do ours, and we're going to share the land environment together. It's part of the reason why the wampum belt that was created, you see these two parallel lines running. They were to represent two rivers that would run in parallel. They didn't intersect, so they weren't interfering with one another. They represented the British Kingdom as well as the First Nations, and they ran in parallel, sharing. So this was the understanding of the agreement and the relationship with the British people. And so from this law of non-interference, something that happens here. Um, this guiding principle, it wasn't limited to just foreign societies. This wasn't just something that they did with strangers, but they actually applied this idea to their own communities, to their own family units as well. So this is a little more of a subtle application, but so you remember earlier when I mentioned about how the typical indigenous worldview valued communalism over the individual, yet I said they still honor and value the individual. And it's specifically this. They value the individual making their own decisions. Again, it's that whole idea of self-determination, right? That individual gets to come to terms with the path that they've chosen to walk. And so although the indigenous concept of ownership did not extend outward like the Europeans, where the Europeans felt we can own anything that we can kind of get our hands on and control and manipulate, we feel that's ownership. Indigenous people just didn't operate that way, still don't to this day. But there's an understanding that they really valued the making their own decisions. They value personal ownership of those decisions that are made. So, simple example. A younger person, perhaps youth or what have you, going to an elder for advice. Instead of that elder, simply telling the younger person, okay, what they should do, what they should say or how they should act, and lay it out, do A, B, C, and D. The young person would typically be told instead a story that held some significant spiritual and or moral lesson to it. But the lesson tended to be open-ended in the sense of it conveyed a certain meaning, but it wasn't clearly stated what the conclusion had to be. And so the younger person would then be free to explore and apply to their life that life lesson drawn from the story. And so the young person seeking counsel, they wouldn't be told explicitly, what to do and how to do it. But the story would contain key elements needed for success. So, in a way, this really led to like an inductive type of discipline being employed. In other words, kind of like a trial and error method. And so people were free to express a certain pathway and try that way, and to kind of determine their own path, because that really fit within the value that indigenous people had of non-interference. This idea, I am not going to tell you overtly how to live. It's up to you. I'll tell you a story about what such and such person did, and this was the choice he made, and this is the consequence, but it wasn't like, you can't do that, or you better do this. It's just simply, here is a story of a choice someone made. Now you make your own conclusions. So again, it's up to you to determine your path. Now, I think a great application of this very principle was experienced by an actual student from Master's College and Seminary. It wasn't too long ago. They had to do their internship, and they had the opportunity to do it up north in a Native community. And so, as part of their internship, it's kind of needed for the pastor to take some roles in shaping and giving that student ministry opportunities. And so this student was getting a little frustrated because he wasn't necessarily getting the feedback that he had been used to while in school. See, really coming from a hierarchical worldview in which most of us, probably have received, a very detailed parental level kind of instruction on how to conduct ourselves, right, through a large part of our lives. Understandably, this intern was getting a little frustrated because he wasn't getting that. He wasn't receiving that. And so he's a little concerned that the indigenous pastor didn't seem to be fully engaged with his internship needs. And so he was just a little bit lost at what to do, because they suddenly found themselves in a culture that wasn't providing constant input or feedback, which we all would have been used to if we've grown up in this, this European Canadian culture. But thankfully, the professor is aware of indigenous realities. He was a wise leader, and he rightly steered the intern towards the possibility that perhaps the pastor was waiting for the intern to come to him and ask for help. Essentially, you see, this indigenous principle of non-interference was not permitting the pastor to dictate to the intern what their mentorship or their internship should look like. The indigenous pastor was needing the intern to say, this is what my journey needs to look like. Can you help me? From that, he would have, there would have been, and there was the stepping in and the participating process. But up until then, the pastor felt it's not my place to tell him what his journey should look like. And so once that barrier was crossed and kind of the light went on, this was the intern's journey. And unless he asked for guidance, the pastor wasn't going to interfere. And so traditionally, the indigenous person thought it wrong to arbitrarily impose some personal or communal value upon someone else. You don't do that. That's not how the indigenous people operate. And it was more important that the person come naturally, organically into full ownership of the path and the choice and its consequences. But interestingly enough, it typically led to less aggressive type of communities, being cooperative in nature more so than strictly competitive. That's not to say that indigenous people aren't competitive or there weren't competitive communities, but there was a tendency to certainly have cooperation at the forefront, because again, it was about the communal understanding of existence. We're all in this together, but yet it's up to you what path you chose to do. The community's doing this, and here is the parameters in which your choice can affect the community, but ultimately, it's your choice. It's interesting, I kind of see this dynamic of non-interference, and I've been in meetings where silence from the indigenous members around the table was mistaken for compliance. And I've had other, like non-indigenous leaders, kind of make the assumption that, because they didn't say anything, didn't speak out against, certain things or what have you, then they must be okay with what was discussed. The thing is, silence within indigenous culture does not necessarily mean compliance. Typically, indigenous people, right, will not assume that they have the right to say something unless they've been actually properly acknowledged and invited to say something. This is increasingly so with elders. This is something that is really a significant touch point when I've spoken with district leadership within the fellowship of the PAOC, where they're typically used to more business-oriented, urban kind of settings, where it's like, hey, you've been invited to this table. That means you have a right to say something, and everybody. There's just that understanding and that acceptance. Because I'm at the table, I get to say something. And so I'm going to look for my opportunity to say it and jump in when there's a lull. Right? Because that tends to be, that's kind of the potential aggressive nature of, those kind of meetings. It's like, okay, time's precious, and so you got to get your words in. Right, and there's nothing nefarious meant by it. It's just a different way of understanding how you get things done. And for the indigenous person sitting in that environment, it's like, it's rude, it's impolite to be bursting in and sharing my opinions and what have you, unless there's an actual invitation of being addressed and saying, okay, Dan Collado, what do you think about this? From that invitation, then there's an openness to share the thought, to share the opinion. And so you really see this increasingly so with elders, which understandably would be more thickly entrenched with traditional indigenous thought. So an elder, a chief, perhaps, who might have several titles, attached to their name, signifying some, abundance of life experience and expertise and wisdom. They may sit through a whole meeting without saying a word if they've never sensed an invitation to speak. Now, certainly as time has progressed, you've got a new generation of indigenous that have adapted to the way, a more contemporary understanding of how, the rest of Canada works, or the rest of the world, what have you. But much of this principle of non-interference and non-confrontation bias, it still plays out in subtle ways, sometimes kind of like in passive-aggressive ways. So you won't necessarily be told right out, yeah, I didn't like that, or I don't agree with that. You just won't get a callback, or you won't get any engagement. You'll be ignored. You won't return your calls, that kind of thing. There's just, because it's part of the culture of not being confrontational. Now, again, every indigenous person is different, and there's some aggressive indigenous people out there, but sometimes that has come from a sense of necessity. I got to be aggressive because that's the way the world is. But it's important to recognize this difference and this non-confrontation and passive-aggressive type of tendency that can happen. Let me see what time it is. I've been droning on here for a little bit. Well, I see. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Right. Yeah. It comes from this understanding of self-determination and the idea that everyone gets to have a say. And it's needed to be expressed to the rest of the world because certainly the rest of Canada operates from a very top-down type of system, right? And that has never been even with chief systems and what have you. Like, I'll tell you, with the Mohawk, yes, it was always male chiefs, but you know who really held the power within the Mohawks? It was the elder women. They were the ones that picked the chiefs. The den mothers, they wielded the power. But there was this sense of communal, and we'll kind of touch on this in a little bit, but about where we talk about a democracy, it's very much about, okay, everybody gets an equal vote, right? But then the majority wins. That seems very, okay, that's reasonable. And it is. Democracy, it's a great way. But within an indigenous mindset, it wasn't a democracy. But yet it wasn't I was going to say theocracy. It wasn't a demagogue type of, it wasn't an autocracy, where you've got one leader, like royalty, where you've got the king issues a decree, or the chief issues a decree, and that's the way it is. There was discussion to the point where it wasn't just a majority, but there had to be actual full consensus. And so that took time, right? And so the healing circle is grabbing hold of those elements of everybody gets to have an equal say and to share, and it's all weighed the same. It's a lost value that perhaps, the Euro-Canadian society, it was never really a part of the Canadian society, because we came from that royal descent with London, the British, the royalty, the king, queen, and so we were used to dealing with decrees all the time, and then from that shaping through the parliament, okay, then it became a democracy where, okay, then majority of principle, kind of rules the day. And so, what's that? Exactly, yes, because it was modeled after, right, the foundings of the leadership of our country, yeah, and so, yeah, like the healing circles are very much about restoring balance to the power of people's words and their personal journey. Why it gets resisted, why it never picks up traction, is because it takes so long. Yeah, it's about its emphasis. In a way, they're interchangeable. Yeah, exactly. That's why you're sharing, is because you want to. Because there's always a sense within an indigenous context that it's about the environment, it's about our generations, the generations before, the present generations, and the generations ahead. So we're in this constant looking to flow and healing of what needs to be healed and growing. So it's not static. And there's the need for having a unity within the family, right? But it just takes so long because everybody gets a say. It's all weighed equally. And you think about your own relationships. Good relationships, take a long time because they don't happen overnight. And this is kind of jumping into some other things, but one of the detriments of our current society is that we've become very efficient at being transactional in our relationships, and so they are less transformational. They're just transactional. And that has slipped also into the church. The thing is, it's very efficient. We can be really good at some ministry things with just very surface level relationship, not very deep. We can get a lot done with just being transactional, right? I mean, we're used to transactional relationships all the time, right? Driving through the Timmy's drive-through, McDonald's drive-through, what have you, right? We get our order, there it is, boom, bang, we're out. Very limited with the need to really interact interpersonally, right? And so much of our society, we've transitioned to that because, boy, you can get a lot of things done, right? Our meetings can run like that, and it's like, okay, you do this, you do that, all right, da, 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 da. And it's so efficient. But in the pursuit of proficiency and efficiency, we've missed out on being transformational, being transformed by our interactions with one another. Right? So, I need to double check here. I know that I figured we would break for lunch, obviously, and then come back. My thought was we could come back at 1. It's like 25 to 12 now. If you want, we could break now, because we've been here since, good hour and a half. Or I could keep going till noon, then we break for 1. Is an hour of break? Like, I don't know what everybody's doing for lunch. We're just staying here? Oh, there's lunch here? Oh, all right then. Well, then I'll just keep talking. All right. Okay, well, so let's re-engage then. We'll go till noon. I wasn't sure if people had to leave and go off to places. Okay, so we'll let's go to the top of the hour, and then we'll break for lunch here. All right. So I'm glad that you kind of asked that, and we're going to delve into that even a bit more. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. But the pushback comes because it takes time. There needs to be an intentional engagement to do something that is out of the ordinary from how we usually do everything else, right? Yeah. And it is worth the time being taken, just like it is worth the time that Scripture encourages us to meditate upon, the Lord, to meditate upon His words. It's this idea of spending time and lingering in it, tarrying before the Lord. But we tend not to do those things because it's harder to do. Right. Mm. Right. Mm. Be revolutionary, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Yeah. No, and that's a great point. It is about our vulnerability. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 Well, absolutely. Why did we come to Christ in the first place? Because we came face to face with not just being vulnerable, but our absolute helplessness. Right? We cannot save ourselves. So, but it's one thing to be honest with God, and then to be honest with other people, right? Because we can trust God. I don't know if I can trust other people, right? But so, and that's why. So you, sorry? Absolutely. Well, we're supposed to be able to, right? We're supposed to be able to, and that's that's certainly part of the whole tension. It's an interesting dynamic that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it typically you don't get it tied up in a nice little bow after one beginning, middle, and end, right? There's a bunch of beginnings, a bunch of middles, a bunch of ends, where you're potentially or hopefully a little farther along, right? In be it healing process or restoration or what have you. It really mirrors our own personal journey with Christ, right? We have those wonderful pin moments sometimes where God meets us and it's so amazing, and for that time there's just such liberty or freedom or deliverance, what have you, but it's like what I call the pursuit of holiness, right? In Hebrews, Scripture speaks of, for by one sacrifice he has made perfect forever those who are being made holy. And so you have this idea that because of Christ's sacrifice, we've been made perfect, yet there's still this ongoing process of being made holy. And I liken it to bicycling up a hill, pedaling up a hill. As long as you keep pedaling, you keep making progress. But the moment you stop pedaling, that's it. You're not moving forward. If you're lucky, you're going backwards. You might fall over, But this is the process that we're constantly in until the Lord returns. It never stops. This journey. So this consistency and need of intentionality, I think that's really the key word, being intentional with all this, because if left to our own devices, we will just retreat to what's comfortable and what we feel is safe. Now, there are some people have personalities that have a proclivity to being more sharing or open or what have you, but there's just as many, perhaps more, that are it's just safer and easier to just close. Because I'll stay in my lane, and as painful as this might be, it's something that I know, and I've learned to live with it and endure. And we see that within the church, the body of Christ. It's like this is safe because at least it's familiar. As dysfunctional as it might be, it's familiar. I know what happens at the end, kind of thing. At the end of the day, it's going to feel like this. So at least I know that. And it can be really hard to be intentional about doing something not only different, but then doing something that, it's going to kind of take some work, because it's not just involving myself. It's one thing to take on, some hobby or project where it's just you and that thing, and you just go to town with it, and you can commit whatever level of commitment to it, and you don't have to worry about any other input from anybody else. But it's a completely different thing when that commitment involves interacting with others, because then all of a sudden, it's always an unknown, always. Because even with people that you do know, being vulnerable and dealing with, at times sensitive things and personal things, whatever, it can be volatile, it can be unpredictable, and sometimes it's just easier to not kind of wade through that, right? Initially. But, Scripture tells us, Hebrews 12:11, no discipline seems pleasant at the time, but painful. Later on, however, it produces a harvest of righteousness and peace for those who have been trained by it. So there's that discipline, there's that intentionality, and that's what it's gonna take for reconciliation, and not just indigenous reconciliation, but just reconciliation across the board, with any brokenness, any broken relationship. Reconciliation, it takes intentionality, and it takes constant intentionality. Any other comments, thoughts? Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. 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 It's mhm. Mm. You're talking about the healings. Oh, well, yeah. With democracy, see, with so we kind of touched on this just briefly. Um, it's not a democracy. Traditionally, indigenous worldview thought way of life um, was not managed through democracy. It was managed through consensus, okay, which could take an exorbitant amount of time because it wasn't about, okay, here's the elders, the chief's idea. Now, you got to understand too that while we're talking about democracy versus consensus, voting versus having you know unanimous type of consensus, those two thoughts are also coming from two different worldviews. From consensus, you're people that would adhere to a consensus type of way of coming about to agreeing on decisions. They're also coming from that worldview of we're all connected, we're all in this together, there's a communal understanding of existence, and so having it's easier to and understand the value of consensus and willing to put in the time and effort for it because you recognize yourself as we're all connected. And so just by virtue of having that cornerstone of we're all in this together, that there's a cooperative spirit that's there. Whereas with that more hierarchical, which lends itself to being more competitive, it's about, okay, I just want my idea to win. And if I can win enough, then we can progress over, which can be, it has its efficiencies and strengths in matters. You can certainly get things done more quickly. And sometimes it ends up being at least the right decision, but you might have broken hearts on the way to get to that right decision. But it was done in a more timely manner. And I keep talking about time because we're actually going to be, as time is fleeting on us, after lunch, going to get into this concept of time because it is something that's also treated and seen and understood very differently. And we're going to see why that is. And I think it'll help us in recognizing the values that we need to share, since we're all living together on this land. There's a need to more fully appreciate the strengths and values of different cultures and different expressions of how life is done, how life is understood. It's something that actually indigenous people did very well back in the day. I know that Inuit people did it very well in adapting and learning new things and adopting new ways, and yet at the same time not losing who they are, who they were. I think there's value in understanding again. This is why I prefaced this whole conversation that we're into now with my opening remarks about culture and understanding culture, and understanding each other. If I know what's important to you and you know what's important to me, then that's when something really transformative happens. But if I try to get things done and I don't know what really makes you tick, we're only going to get so far, right? And I know that our contemporary world today has operated on surface level interactions, like I said, because we're really good at it. You can get a lot done. And it's kind of getting back to this whole time thing, and we're going to see why that is so important. But in keeping with the time, it's 5 to 12. Why don't we give it a break here, and we'll come back together and pick this up after lunch. But keep the questions coming. You got other thoughts, whatever, we can jot them down. We can even talk about them over lunch if you like, what have you. But I trust that this has been kind of helpful to get the mental juices going and seeing things a little differently, not only in our world, in our nation, but then also within the church body, and how all these different things kind of. So this might be a reason why there's this tension here and that tension there, and I've come here today, this weekend, not to provide solutions, but to provide an avenue to expand our understanding of one another. And when you get a glimpse of that, it's like, oh, okay. Because no one situation is the same as another situation. Even if even amongst even if it's the same people, if it's a different situation, boy, how you go about handling it can be completely different from one situation to the next. And so this is just a way for us to willing to open up ourselves a little bit and think about things and how we interact with one another differently. And may we give some consideration to, you know what, maybe I don't know the whole picture. Maybe I don't know, what they really value. And if I found that out, then maybe I might have a better insight as to why they're acting this way, or why this is so important, why this has become such a volatile, thing, or why this seems to be so sensitive. We can remain in our ignorance, but that can just get us into trouble. So, anyway, it's lunchtime. Why don't we dismiss for lunch? And I guess that'll be downstairs, is it? Or you don't know? Or do we have to cook it ourselves? Should we start rubbing stick?
So I was told that there's also dessert, and so maybe come 2:00, I'll have to take a little break just to take in a little sweet. Apparently, that's what I was told. Sure. Right. 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 Yeah. Yeah. It's true. It's unfortunate, because of the diverging paths of these two worldviews. Um, one being very communal, right? And so it was traditional, that the community raised the children, and further to that, where that kind of came from, how that helped develop within the indigenous um, context, within the indigenous society, is, see, with indigenous society, um, you did things based primarily on survival, right? That's why you work together. Um, Partially, understanding, obviously, we're all part of creation, and that we're all in this together. So there's this, natural kind of evolvement to working together. Um, but there was this, but out of that, the environment also helped shape how you did life, how you raised your family. Um, and so, obviously, staying alive and thriving was a priority. Um, and being cooperative and not, and not, I was going to say protective. What's the, being competitive. Um, uh, the idea of having children being raised by the community, part of it had to do with, okay, if you don't follow these rules, you're going to die, right? And the environment helped shape the parameters of what, say, was you're allowed to do as a child. It's like, don't wander outside of these boundaries, or a bear's going to eat you, or what have you. And so you had all of environment that was shaping the behavior of the society. And so it was just very natural and organic. But as societies have progressed to modern age, where a lot of those natural boundaries have been removed. I know that for the Inuit people, it was very a traumatic situation where very quickly in the 50s in particular, because the government was so worried about, and this is in the midst of the Cold War, with the government so worried about Russia coming over the top through the Arctic, thinking, that it's just a vast, empty no man's land, and we can come down there in an effort to show consolidarity that Canada is not just some vast open. They took the Inuit people who were very nomadic, following caribou herds and the migration of, be it fish or the geese or the ptarmigan, all of that. They took them and centralized them into these communities. Now, those communities might have been in places where they would traditionally go for seasonal times, but now they were now forced, you got to be in these places in order to convey to the Soviets that, hey, this isn't some vast barren wasteland up here. We have, organized societies. And what ended up happening was, inside of a generation, you had individuals who were raising, their family, and the way of doing life was heavily predicted or predicated, influenced by the environment. The environment told you what you did, when you did it, and where you did it. Now all of a sudden, the roles of families changed in an instant, because it usually was the men that went out and hunted, and the women did the domestic things inside the community, and often how a lot of, say, municipal government type of things happened, and it was all controlled by the women. They were the ones in the community doing the day-to-day life, because when the men went out, they didn't just go out for the day and then come back. They were gone for days, weeks on end. Sometimes it was months, depending on where and that they had to go for, be it hunting whale or seal or what have you. And then all of a sudden, with that nomadic life now taken from them, you're static living, you got to be in one location, and adding what was thought to be all these privileges and wonderful conveniences of, a store with your packaged meat and your groceries and all of that. All of a sudden, the men found themselves with nothing to do. Their role was completely gone. And you had women who, for the most part, they had an easier time of transition, because they were already living in that kind of community type of living. Certainly, they were still making clothes, but not to the point that they used to be. Now they can go out and buy the clothing and what have you. But it's very interesting in Nunavut. There's a lot of strong female leaders, and a lot of it comes from what I think is the fact that they, when the men were out on their hunts, often it would either be in isolation or small groups, so there wasn't the same level of social interaction that the women still maintained while being in the community. And so their verbal skills developed a lot more. And it's kind of similar to how there's that general stereotype of women talk. It's even been, they've seen it in studies. As children grow, females are more verbally communicative than little boys. Boys at age whatever, they're still making vroom vroom sounds with their trucks, and they're shooting things and bang bang whatever. And little girls are talking in full sentences and going on about their day, that kind of thing. So there's something to that. But here, the Inuit culture was just about, it was ripped away, in particular for the men. And Inuit, the Inuit society has struggled in recuperating from that, because man's role for the Inuit was it was decimated, because they, not only did they not need to go out, necessarily to hunt for food, but with movements of certain places like Greenpeace and PETA or whatever, with about animal cruelty and fur trade and all of that. With those movements, it was like, well, at least we could go out and sell it to the white man. that was gone, and it was like man's role within the Inuit community gone, wiped out. And so you started seeing this dysfunction happening with substance abuse and a lot of domestic conflict, because the man all of a sudden found himself with, I don't know, what's my role? What do I do? But yet the women were able to adapt a little better, because they still had, there was a stronger social connection, in their ancient role, and that continued into their present role. But it's certainly a unique thing. So we were looking at this, and I guess it just goes to show just how devastating things can be, even when we choose to do things for the right reasons, and we think, hey, this is going to make your life better, and things will be so much easier. And you can look at it on one side and say, yeah, I can see where it is easier. But then you see the other side where it's like there was no consideration given for, okay, what does that mean for current present day rules, and how is that going to affect life as it has been? And I tell you, I pastored up there for 10 years in Rankin Inlet, and I had an elder in my congregation who was born in an igloo. And in her lifetime, she's seen nomadic life disappear, cable and satellite TV. Can you imagine? I mean, talk about culture shock. And she never even left the north, right? And so we see these paradigm shifts that have happened within our indigenous people that have happened at a breathtaking pace. It cannot be underappreciated just how devastating that can be, even in the name of, betterment for our society. As much as there's been wonderful things that have been introduced there. New foods that have been introduced, and now some can't afford it. $7 for a 2-liter bottle of pop, and yet eating habits have deteriorated. Because, well, it's just a whole lot easier to heat up this, that, the other thing that you can get at the northern store than eating the protein-rich, the caribou and the Arctic char, their country foods. But anyway, so it's a lot of things can go wrong even when we try to do right, and that's why it's so important that we really understand what's important to other people, why they are important, and we're going to delve into that here. Just as a quick recap here, though. So we've looked at these couple of pillars of belief, right? You've got communalism, and you have this law of non-interference. And they really kind of stand in stark contrast to the dominant worldview here in Canada, which, due to its individualistic and pioneering nature, tends to be more aggressive. There's a tendency to be expansive, emphasizing competition more so than cooperation. We kind of touched on these things earlier in our time together. Now, I want to say, in contrasting these two things, I'm in no way pitting these two worldviews against each other. I'm not doing that at all. I'm not suggesting that one is better than the other. It's just that we need to understand how fundamentally different they are. Wonderful things have come from the dominant Canadian worldview and the European culture. So many of our medicines and technological advancements have come. Life has gotten easier for us. Now, perhaps maybe to our detriment, but there's no denying. I mean, we are enjoying the fruits of that technology here in this wonderful building, with this technology being streamed online, sitting in nice, comfortable chairs, right? I mean, there's a lot that our present-day society has created and given us. But we just need to understand that not every culture is perfect, and we just need to fully appreciate how different that each culture is. Okay, don't need to belabor that anymore. So another distinction for those of us, and I would imagine most of us, I would say all of us fit into this category, where we're used to interactions with other societies or people being primarily transactional rather than relational. We kind of already touched on this. This, again, would be in stark contrast to how your typical indigenous person, particularly a traditional indigenous person, would desire their primary actions today. Typically, indigenous people are interested in the journey as much as they are in the destination. It's just as important how you're getting there as where you're going to. This relational concept of the process is as important as the journey, or the process is as important as the product. Again, it's just anchored in this overarching value of communalism. It even affects the indigenous person's perception and treatment of time itself. And so we've already, some of us around our table were talking about it already, about Indian time. Other parts of the world, it's known as island time, Caribbean time. Now, in a derogatory sense, it conveys the idea, right, that indigenous people are not punctual, they're disorganized, or maybe they really have no concept of time because, well, it seems like nothing starts on time. Admittedly, this is an often observed occurrence that even indigenous people are self-aware of. We'll often make humorous comments ourselves about it. I was just at a tent meeting, camp meeting up in northern Quebec, and the pastor there, he's saying how the evening service was starting at 7 o'clock, and he says, that's 7 o'clock white man time, not Indian time. 7 o'clock, we're starting. So there's a self-awareness of this tendency to just, when things happen, they happen. I remember, it's not only the fact that things don't start on time, but indigenous events can even often don't have a hard stop time. So just because something says, 7 to 9 doesn't mean it's going to end at 9 because, well, it didn't start at 7. So I remember my first pastorate, mid-90s, was up in Weagamo Lake, fly-in on Northern Ontario community, indigenous community, it was Ojibwe. And the Sunday morning service was at 10 a.m. I inherited that time. That's the way things had been. And so, but every Sunday morning, the first person might show up at 10:30. And now personally, I may be indigenous. I have status, right? I got my card that says I'm Indian, right? Lets everybody know. But I grew up in the dominant culture, and I saw time as a commodity. Time is money. Time is, it's on short supply. And so it's a limited resource. And so it kind of bothered me. Nobody's showing up on time for the service. And so I thought, well, maybe it's too early. People are used to, work, doing their work day. They're set to the clock, and so, it's just on the weekends that they can just kind of, and they're probably up late Saturday night, and so they want to sleep in. So, all right. So I pushed back the service to 10:30. I thought I'm doing everybody a favor. Well, people started showing up maybe a little before 11, right? And it's like, oh, okay, all right. It had nothing to do with this is just the way it is. So that was kind of like my first introduction, face-to-face. I had heard about it. And it's kind of interesting because in Tyendinaga, I guess basically due to its location being in the south, kind of like on the beachhead of colonialism, had a long time to adapt to how non-Indigenous people do life. And so there wasn't that same type of cultural reality about time within Tyendinaga. People are pretty punctual. I guess, because they're, on a main throughway, a main artery connecting to the rest of the world, they're not isolated at all. And so there's a need to, if you want to make connections and make money and business with the rest of the world, you got to operate the way they operate. And so, over the years, centuries, they've adapted. So there's just not that same concept, traditional concept of time. But it still shows up in different things, like weddings, when they're supposed to start, and things of that nature. But anyway, but I know certainly as Indigenous communities have modernized and become more interconnected with the rest of Canada, it's just kind of like there's a need to be more time conscious. Has increased certainly, but my question to you today is why is there a different concept of time? Like, why do you think the concept of time is so different within the Indigenous culture than the rest of Canada? I thought about kind of breaking us up into some groups here to just kind of talk this out. But just because I want to make sure that we touch on a couple of other items. I'm not gonna do that, but I want us to consider this question just as a whole group. Why there's a different concept of time. Let me just briefly kind of just throw it out there and ask you, what are some of your thoughts about this question? Why do you think the concept of time is so different within the Indigenous culture than the rest of Canada? Any ideas? Any thoughts? Right. Excellent. Good thoughts? Anybody else? Right. 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 No, no, and here's the thing. It's not like either one of these ideas, and we're going to look at the differences in more in detail here in just a little bit. But it's important to recognize that it's different. And because it is different, it really affects and influences not only what happens within each one of those veins, but when they cross over, right? I mean, it's really important to know why it's different. And knowing why just kind of helps us then to navigate it all. So, the fact is, indigenous people do not have the same concept of time as modern Western culture. And it's because Western culture thinks of time in a very linear way. And further to that, there's this idea that it is Western culture, so Euro-Canadian culture, tends to think of time in that linear way, but also that it is a limited commodity. There's only so much time. And that's I wish I had pulled this graphic, but it's of a bucket that's full of holes and water's pouring out of it. But yet there's this stream of water at the same time flowing into the top of that bucket. Now, for a European, they see how the water's escaping. For the indigenous person, they see how, okay, the water's still coming. Yeah, it's just going to keep coming, right? And so it begins to give you an insight into this concept of time. For non-indigenous people, those that have been raised up in this dominant culture, we see time as a limited commodity. We see it like water in a bucket that's leaking out, and if we don't act, we're going to run out of it. Whereas indigenous people see there's a constant, there's going to be time. There's going to be time, because there's always been time. So, for this Western concept here, there's a definite progression of time. It's linear. You've got a beginning, you've got a middle, you've got an end. It's clearly defined, and it's bordered, in terms of like past, present, future. And that, like I said, it is a limited resource. Whereas by contrast, the indigenous concept of time is often described as being circular, but I like to describe it more accurately as cyclical. So circular would suggest that, okay, what's happened before will happen again, like as in the same event. Or cyclical is, it gives you that idea that there is a progression, but you're seeing a similar pattern happening over and over again. So it's not just the same things happening right here, static, but it's cyclical, but there is forward momentum. But instead of, the past, present, and future being siloed from one another, we actually see them being more connected. And so what that creates is this understanding of this interconnectedness of the present and the past and the future are always at play in the now. Because there's just a recognized continued cycle of beginnings and endings. So let me explain it this way. It's like the seasons in nature. Yes, there is a progression, right? Summer, fall, winter, spring, but yet they also repeat, right? So it's summer, fall, winter, spring, summer, fall, winter, spring. And so an elder might tell a story that happened in the past. But instead of, say, like pinpointing to a date, like April 20th, 1980, he might say when the tulips blossomed. Now, everyone would know that it happened in the spring. It happened during that seasonal time. And so the emphasis becomes less upon the when, all right, that specific date, and it becomes more about that it happened. And so it becomes about that experience happened. So it becomes less, or it becomes closer associated with the now, because it's not connected to a date. So yes, it happened in the past, but it's more like it happened before. It happened before now, but it happened. And because it's not connected to a date, but a cyclical pattern of, say, a season, it's like it just naturally becomes more associated with now. So it doesn't seem so far away. And so for an indigenous person, you don't have the same concept of ancient history as we do here in Euro-Canadian history. We talk about ancient history. We'll talk about the Greeks and the Romans and, that kind of thing. We talk about that as, ancient history. For indigenous people, it's not ancient. It's just something that happened before. And so when you've grown up in a culture like this, you think back to my earlier illustration with the Lion King and Mufasa, and how he described the circle of life to little Simba. How although we eat the antelope, when we die we become the grass, and the antelope eats that. And so this holistic approach to existence, where everything is connected, it even includes time itself. And so it's not a commodity that can be manipulated. I'm sorry, what was your name? Or what is your name? Diana? Diana? Yeah, so what you were saying about the creation and about the environment kind of predicting when you did things. That's precisely it as to what has helped shaped the indigenous concept of time, and that it's it's cyclical. So you've got this holistic approach to existence. Everything is connected, even time itself. And so it can't be manipulated. And yet, so when you've grown up in a culture where your ancestry for eons has been greatly influenced by nature, right? The physical geography, the movement of wildlife, the seasons, right? Things that are nigh on impossible to be able to change and manipulate. And although they change, they have their cycles. And so at the same time, they remain constant because they are repeating. And so spring will come again. And the wildlife will return, right? The fish will come back to the rivers. And because of centuries of this pattern just being reinforced, it's just natural to develop a concept of time itself that it too can't be manipulated. You can't change it. And so there really is no difference between now and an hour from now? When will you go fishing? Well, when the fish are biting. When do you go hunting? When the moose are near, or when the geese are here. That's when I literally, and I understood. I kind of caught myself when I asked it, but I asked one pastor up north. I said, "So when are you going goose hunting?" He said, "Well, when the goose are here." and I knew that, and I kind of caught myself. And I said, "Well, usually when is that, right? Because there is somewhat of a predictable pattern that depending on where you are and in Canada's wilderness will determine when the geese are there." But as someone coming from a non-indigenous, say a hunter who's not indigenous, they're ruled by that calendar as to when they can pull out their gun and shoot something. All right, and so it's when do you go hunting? Well, they'll have the dates. They'll tell you, this is when I'm going. My trip's already planned. Cabin's getting ready. The guys are getting itching. We're ready to go, right? But you ask an indigenous person that same question, and they can't tell you what day it's going to be. It's going to be soon. But it's because of their concept of time has been shaped by the environment. It's the environment that dictated when things got done, how you did it, and when you did it, and where you did it. So you've got this pattern for centuries that's been reinforced, and so it's natural that it changes your concept of time itself. All right. So we've kind of quickly looked at these differing worldviews of indigenous people in the rest of Canada. And so I think that we can easily see how there's been misunderstanding of these worldviews. We're really at the heart of our country's early history of relational breakdown and conflict. The certain measure of rift and angst that even exists to this day. Here's the thing. After painting a picture that positions, indigenous thought and the rest of Canada as being these polar opposites, we need to remember that one culture isn't better than another. It's just different. But we need to dig deeper than simply spotting the differences from one culture to the next. That certainly is a start, but it's actually not what's most important. I think what's most important is the understanding of why it's different. Anybody can see differences in things. We can go to the U.S. and see things that are different. That's a start, but then we need to ask the question, why? Why is this different? Why do they place this level of value on this type of behavior, this expression? Why do the cultural values and priorities within indigenous contexts differ than my own? The fact is, knowing why, it's the best step in being able to communicate and minister effectively within the indigenous culture. And the thing is, within any culture. This concept, this idea of knowing why, it's not just something that can be used for indigenous, non-indigenous relationships, but any cultural relationship, any relationship. We have subcultures upon subcultures that have nothing to do with ethnicity. And it has everything to do with, how you brought up and your interests. You can find yourself surrounded by geeks that are into technology of a certain kind, or sports nuts who And then even in sports, you got subset of sports of those that are just right into baseball or right into hockey, and they could be talking English, but you're not talking the same language. And people of like-mindedness can have this language and conversation that is at a level that it's like you could be standing there with them, and it's like, I have no idea what they're talking about. This is crazy. Right? And so you have these cultures. Well, they exist because of shared value. And it's so important for us as believers in Christ that when we, if we truly take to heart that call to go into all the world and to make disciples, to preach the good news, that there's a need for us to enter into those cultures, to reach the lost. And if we're going to do that, then we're going to need to know their values. We're going to need to know what's important to them. And then why it's important. Because the more we know about that as to why it's important, then the more effectively we can communicate the good news of Jesus Christ and why Jesus is the answer, why he is the needed value for them. So, as much as I've, kind of extolled on the virtues of the indigenous culture, the indigenous worldview is not perfect. It can tend to prioritize, say, the collective more so than the individual at times. Whereas certainly the predominant culture can emphasize the individual, sometimes to the detriment of the community. The great news is that both communalism and individualism, they can be brought together through Jesus Christ. But it's going to take time. It's going to take authenticity on our part to sincerely listen, to intentionally engage with one another, because our values and our priorities won't always be the same. They won't be always to the same degree and intensity. And so then our methods are going to reflect that. And we'll need to learn how to do things differently. But we'll only know what to do if we know what other people value. So, yes. Sure. Right. Hmm. Yeah. That's good. Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah. But it took intentionality, right? Like. Hmm. Yeah. It's going to be amazing when you think about it. I mean, I've always felt that I've always somewhat struggled a little bit with the idea of different kinds of churches where you'd have, okay, you got a white church, and you've got an indigenous church, and you have a, say, black church, an African church, or you've got a Korean church, a Chinese church. Understanding the practicalities, when you're dealing, particularly with language, for one. It's just, I just know that, I know in heaven, you're not going to have, right, a British church and an Irish church, right? You're not going to have an indigenous church and an African church and a Taiwanese church and a Filipino church, right? It's going to be a body of all nations. That being said, I understand. We have limitations here within this present existence with how we can converse. Cultures are different. Sometimes it can be hard to authentically express ourselves, feel comfortable within, certain cultures. Sometimes it can even be distracting and hard to pray when somebody's really loud at it, right? And so you got to find your own little quiet corner, and there, in that sense, you're kind of, separating. And so there's these constant struggles when we're talking about real life humanity of how to worship together. I've always felt that a church should reflect the demographic that it's looking to reach. So obviously you've got a church inside an indigenous community. Obviously, primarily, it's going to be indigenous people. That's why I'm quite pleased hearing about, here Thompson being quite international, and the church has those expressions in it. And it's not so much about figuring out, okay, there's exactly, 15%, Filipino here. So we should have, if we have 100 people in our church, 15 of them better be Filipino. It's not that legalistic, but there's that idea of, if the presence of Christ is in a certain community, we're called to reach the whole community. So, I certainly applaud the leadership of this church in the desire, recognizing that you are, in a place that has a significant presence of indigenous people, and the desire to minister well to that particular demographic. And I think we'll be the better for it when we maintain that diligence. What I want to do, kind of shift gears here. So I'm not going to bother. So I have these questions. I think that I can do it and not have to bother with. Yeah, there we go. So I've had this before where I've handed out this document. So kind of like similar to the last little exercise you did, you had to answer the questions. On the overhead there is 10 statements that are available for you to have to make the decision whether you agree, disagree, or you're not sure with the statement. And in the remaining time that we have together, we're going to work through these 10 statements, and depending on how much time we have, we'll kind of really dig into number 10. But let's not jump ahead. And these questions are not original to me. They actually have come from an indigenous Christian academic who's from the Foursquare Gospel denomination out in BC. but I'm interested in getting your engagement with these statements. They're not questions. They're making a statement, and you either have to agree, disagree, or say, I don't know. Now, just a heads up that the original author of this survey suggested that a traditional indigenous person, not a Christian indigenous, but a traditional indigenous person would answer each one of these questions a certain way. That's not to say that how they answer is actually correct or right, but that the tendency would be an indigenous person would answer these a certain way for each one of these questions. So just keep that in mind. But I'd be interested in how we progress through this. So, with all of that caveat out of the way, we're going to explore some of this as we go through each one later. But let's look at this first statement. It says, First Nations people arrived in the Western Hemisphere by a land bridge from Asia. We'll start off with putting you right on the spot and say, how many agree with your hand up? How many disagree? How many not sure? All right. A traditional indigenous person would disagree with this statement. Now, that's not to say that that is correct. All right? But that's what a traditional indigenous person would feel, that we didn't come over from a land bridge. So this statement relates to the history of First Nations people arriving in the Western Hemisphere. Many traditional indigenous would disagree. See, they would have what would be considered a very robust divine placement theology. Countless of indigenous cultures here in North America have stories about the Creator placing them on their land or on the land, believing that they didn't migrate but were actually put here by the Creator. Obviously, again, not to own the land, but to steward it. And so they would. Now, certainly anthropologists and all those science guys that consider human history would suggest otherwise. Evidence suggests they're showing that there was a migration, but concerning a number of First Nations, their creation stories speak of being put on Turtle Island, is a very Iroquois expression talking about North America and how First Nations were put here, not migrated, but were created here. Something to keep in mind when you're looking to reach out and minister and testify and witness to a First Nations individual concerning the Creator of this world. Their origin could be a stumbling block to being be able to convert an individual. Something to keep in mind. Number two, this statement of First Nations are very similar to one another with some regional differences in dialect, culture, and customs. Agree? Disagree? Okay. A traditional indigenous person would actually, they disagree with this, just because they would be very adamant that my particular nation is very unique, or not the same as, right? So the Mohawk in me would rise up and say, I am not like the Cree. I'm very different. And so, and I mean, some can be very militaristic this, of how unique their identity is. It is false. It can be shown empirically that it's false. Although it's true, you can see a lot of common threads of values that are held within indigenous populations across Canada. The cultures are not uniform across the country. Things that are done, the way that they are done, let alone their language and dialect, can be so different. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Yes. Yeah. There's a certainly a commonality, but yeah, it would be a slight. It would be an offense to say. It's like us Canadians being accused of being Americans. Right? Yeah, exactly. It's like, no, the hair goes up on our backs, right? It's like, no. I mean, our one claim to fame is we're not American. Right? It was funny. I was on a trip to Israel, and our guide from Israel, he'd handled a lot of Canadian tour groups, and we were going on. Of course, there was vendors, whatever. And the one guy shouted, "Oh, hey, come over here. We love Americans," like this. And our guide immediately said, "Oh, you've lost them." Just like he says, "You've lost them now," whatever. So he even picked up on this idea that you don't accuse a Canadian of being an American, right? So similar. Okay, number 3. First Nation. The federal government provides many things free to the First Nations. Do you agree? Disagree? Not sure. All right. Well, certainly a traditional indigenous person would disagree with this. It's a bit of an ambiguous question because, well, how many is many things? And did you happen to interpret the word free as meaning unmerited? Right? When you consider, okay, what are things that indigenous people can get for free? It's true that indigenous people, they do have access to some additional benefits, but your typical indigenous person, those benefits aren't thought of as unmerited, free stuff, but are the result of negotiated terms. So most of these benefits, right, the result of previous treaty right agreements, like which the Indian Act was, kind of like this mixed bag of backhanded recognition of sovereignty, while at the same time, kind of being treated like wards of the state. But things like taxes, they can be recouped. I know in Ontario, we've got the PST, the harmonized sales tax with the PST and the GST. And so you can get some of those things back if you're living on the reserve. I'm actually I can get my PST back either at point of sale. I can present a card that they can take off the provincial sales tax then, or I can just mail things in later. I can only get the GST back if I actually had a residence on the reserve. Income tax, a person can be exempt from if they're status native and they work for the reserve. You can be, most dental procedures and things like that, can be heavily subsidized, and all of this education, things of that nature. But the thing is, indigenous people, they would see these as elements of negotiated terms, because they're part of recompense efforts to make up for the historically being forced to give up their native status, to even become, say, Canadian citizens, in order to pursue post-secondary education. They weren't allowed unless they were Canadian citizens. In order to own a business outside of the reserve, you couldn't be a native. Even Indigenous people who made money on the reserve were restricted to how much money they could make. So an Indigenous person would not see this as government giving us free stuff. Okay, number 4. First Nations societies were less developed than the nations of Europe. Let me just cut to the chase. This is false. All right? Less developed, or also could be understood as a less civilized. It can be misleading because it's often subjected to, like, it's a fancy word, ethnocentric bias. This idea that we have a preconceived idea as to what we mean when we say civilized. What's civilized to you and your culture is not the same necessarily as to what somebody else means. I mean, for some, being civilized can be as subjective as eating with utensils. Or if you don't eat with utensils, don't you dare eat with your left hand. That's just uncivilized. Do you know why that was or is? Yeah, okay. So we won't need to go there. All right, so these are, the fact is, Indigenous societies were definitely civilized here prior to the Europeans. You've got the Potlatch people out in the northwest coast, out in BC. They had very intricate societies. And the Iroquois Confederacy, from which the Mohawks hail, here in this, in the southeastern part of Ontario, and actually in upper New York State, they had elected chiefs way back. That was who the Mama Bears, they voted them in. Right, but you had elected chiefs, you had representatives, advisory councils they were so robust that Benjamin Franklin, all right, one of the founding fathers of the U.S. country, he helped frame many of parts of the New Testament of the United States government off the Iroquois ideas of governance. And so that's where the U.S. has gotten their ideas from about the Senate and the 3 levels of government. They got it from the Iroquois nation that they witnessed. So that is false. For number 5, the First Nations were conquered by the superior warfare technology of the Europeans. Yeah, that's right. That's false. Particularly for the Indigenous person, this is false. First Nations were never conquered, but reality is their population was decimated by disease, primarily, brought by the Europeans. Now, I mean, initially that was unintended. However, there are reports that in order to help expedite their demise, with like tuberculosis was a big thing. They actually had infected blankets that they would trade to the Indigenous people, but that was learned afterwards. But initially, it was unintended. Also, their population, aside from disease, it was also brought by some skillful trickery with the governments, kind of used to swindle native land from First Nations. Fact is, most of the treaties have never actually been fully honored. And so even today, I know that a number of indigenous people fight for, to be able to keep their original agreements, because those agreements are constantly being reinterpreted, often due to like natural resources being found, and so by companies or by governments, and so there's always that constant struggle of not being conquered. All right, number 6. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, the First Nations population was double what it is today. Do you agree with that statement? Do you disagree? You're right. Are you starting to see a pattern here? Disagree. Yeah. Again, this is false. Now, it's not meant actually to be a trick question or a trick statement, but this statement is one to find out what you believe about the indigenous population today versus like 100 years ago. So 100 years ago, the indigenous population was almost wiped out, primarily, again, because of disease, being like well less than 50% of what it is today, which is like over 1.7 million now, I think is the present number. Okay, number 7. Over the last 100 years, the First Nations people have been slowly assimilating into the dominant culture. Now, what do you say? Do you agree with that, or do you disagree? I know this one. A traditional indigenous person would disagree with this question. Yes, it would be a better word. So this statement, how it's stated with that word assimilation, your typical indigenous person would adamantly disagree. And really, this is important because how we answer this question has great implications for the church and our mission. Because if most of the church believes that the indigenous people are assimilating into the dominant culture, then they're going to tend not to worry or even think about them like missiologically, right? There won't be the same level of interest to enter into the indigenous culture and mindset, because they'll think, well, if they're just becoming Canadians, we'll just reach them like we reach the rest of Canada. So in some ways, I know this has happened, attempting to, roll indigenous people into the mainstream of dominant culture and thought. Now, certainly a lot of indigenous have adapted out of necessity. And humanity is a robust creation that God created. He created us with that adaptability. And indigenous people are no exception. They've adapted to a new way of having to live. But the thing is, when the church doesn't recognize how different the indigenous culture is, and the mindset and the worldview is, they'll end up scratching their heads wondering why indigenous people aren't fitting into the mold. And why are they causing disruption? Like, how come there isn't, peace? See, here's the thing. Some non-indigenous people mistakenly believe that indigenous people are like second or third generation immigrants. And I'm not saying that as a slight. But they're thinking that, okay, that indigenous person that I'm seeing on the street is no different than the second or third generation immigrant that I see on the street. That they have the same values, that they're seeing Canada, and that they're here for the same reasons and purposes. The problem is, indigenous people, unlike immigrants who have essentially have chosen to come to Canada to, in some manner of speaking, become Canadian, Indigenous people have never done that. They were here before Canada existed. And so there's not this, there isn't this same sense where an Indigenous person says, I want to be more Canadian. Now, there may be that adaptation evolved where it's like, this is a good thing, and I want to adapt it and use it to my benefit. And then in so doing, have molded more into the thinking of the rest of Canada. But in no sense did they ever think in doing that I'm doing it because I want to be more Canadian. They didn't choose to be here. Right? Whereas an Indigenous person, whereas an immigrant, they did. They did choose. And so it's a significant difference. There was a time when Indigenous people, particularly those with fairer skin tones, like they hid their Indigenous identity. Because it actually opened up opportunity and saved themselves from some racist treatment. But more and more people now are increasingly self-identifying and recognizing their heritage. So it's a significant statement for how it impacts our church and what we do. Oh, spoiler alert. All right, this is number 8. The Indian reservation system is basically a failure that has kept the First Nations people segregated and underdeveloped. All right, if you were watching, I already gave you an Indigenous person typically would, a lot would disagree. It wouldn't be a consensus necessarily. This is a bit of a muddled statement. There's a lot to this, and let me explain it. Historically, the reserves, they were a terrible idea. They were. No Indigenous person at that time wanted any part of the arrangement because the army and the governments were restricting the land more and more. Those acts worked terrible injustices on the Indigenous people. Today, there are many unsettled land claims, even now. Today, however, the reserve is home, in the sense that it's land that is under a certain measure of Indigenous sovereignty, and therefore it really lends itself to a certain level of self-governance and autonomy for the Indigenous people. And so for the most part, Indigenous people have learned to kind of like make the best of an originally bad situation. So it's a complicated reality. But at the same time, right, it's like the Indian Act, right? You have Indigenous people were really treated like here. I mean, the Indian Act was created in 1876. It was a paternalistic, racist document, essentially treating Indigenous people as wards of the state, as wards of the government. But yet at the same time, it's like it was recognizing the distinctiveness of the Indigenous people who warranted special consideration akin to sovereign nations, right? So there's this ugly tension that exists with the Indian Act. And the reserves are part of that. And so reserves are a case of today making the best of a originally bad situation. So there you have that, number 8. 9. First Nations people have a genetic disposition to alcoholism. Okay, just quickly. That is no. All right. This statement is a myth. It is a common misconception that indigenous people have a propensity to alcoholism, but there is no scientific literature that exists that bears this out whatsoever. Okay? The reasons for alcoholism within the indigenous context are exactly the same for alcoholism within any other ethnicity. We've got social, cultural factors, depression, anxiety, trying to cope with pain, and the lack of healthy defense mechanisms and support systems. You've got indigenous people historically have had a lot of things to be anxious and depressed about. And that has created generational dysfunction that has inhibited healthy and stable family support systems. And so alcoholism, substance abuse is a natural result. So it's just this classic snowball effect. All right? So if anybody still, you hear anybody having that kind of understanding, set them straight. Okay, number 10. This statement right here, First Nations religions are animistic in nature. Dun, dun, dun. Yes. Some indigenous there'd be indigenous people that would disagree with this, okay? And my comment on this is as follows. This statement is partially to perhaps potentially mostly false. Now, here's the thing. It's all how you, one, define. It starts with your definition of animism, all right? So let me give you a strict animism, okay, is the belief that all natural objects within the universe have a spirit or soul, including animals, plants, rivers, mountains, sun, moon, stars, each having, so each being then is considered a spirit that can either offer help or harm to humans. And so as such, spirits then must either be worshipped or appeased. All right? That is classic animism. Now the thing is, traditionally, indigenous people, although they do adhere to the spirit realm and that there are good and bad spirits, a lot were actually not animists in this traditional definition of the word. Okay? While the indigenous people believe that the earth and all living things within it is sacred, most actually did not originally worship the earth or its elements. But having said that, it's certainly true that there is an easy pathway to classic animism. Certainly fear and superstition that can and in some cases has formed over time. All right. So I want to take a moment and to kind of drill down into this very conversation about indigenous spirituality. And this will probably take us to the end of our time together. I thought there was supposed to be dessert. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. This might be a good time just to kind of up our sugar level here just before we get into this spiritual discussion here. Well, while that's being confirmed, so let's look at this indigenous spirituality. all we need to understand that all spiritual expressions are simply at its core human spirituality being expressed within a particular cultural context. Okay? So human spirituality really is innate. Like it's God-given. God created us to be worshipers. We've been created with the capacity, not just the capacity, with the compulsion to worship. We will worship. Everyone does. It's just a question of what or who that they're worshiping. And so within the indigenous context of understanding, spiritual expression is not compartmentalized from the rest of experience, like what it's often done here in the West. We can kind of really compartmentalize spirituality from the rest of our lives. Like spirituality is what happens on Sunday during a certain period of time, and a lot of Canadian churchgoers can keep it limited to just that. There it is. There's my spiritual expression, right? And never shall it raise its head for the other 6 days, or however many hours there are in a week, right? Indigenous people, however, they've predominantly believed in the idea of a great power or being who created everything. So the thing is, they're not polytheists, all right, which is this idea that they believe in multiple gods. That's not the case. They're not pantheists, okay, which believe that there is no personal God and that everything is a god. That's a pantheist. Now, there are indigenous tribes that are like that, but here in North America, predominantly, you're not having these animist, pantheist type of understanding in spirituality. Okay? Also, most First Nations are not classical ancestral worshipers. Okay, like you'd have in Oriental Asian cultures. Although you do have some indigenous cultures, like Inuit in particular, they do believe that the spirit of the deceased can still exact some measure of influence on the living. And for those that are into indigenous spiritualism, can get right into the idea, like a naming ceremony where a child could be named after some past loved one, an aunt or an uncle. If they're named after that person, there was the tradition and belief that it was actually their uncle now because they have their name, because that name held the power and presence of that past ancestor. And so there certainly was that significance there. Indigenous people, as believers in Creator, are what I'd call, they're kind of in between deists and theists. Now let me explain this. So deists, they perceive a God, a spiritual force, if you will, who is distant and really is unknowable, and yet deserves respect, deserves reverence, at least deserves acknowledgement. Indigenous spirituality certainly captures this heightened sense of, reverence and recognition of the supremacy of the Creator. But unlike the deist, they would acknowledge that there is a greater level of personhood, and there can be interaction that the Creator has with the creation, right? That's a quality of the Creator, just like theism does. We're theists as Christians. Indigenous spirituality, however, they would struggle with some Christian expressions of how we can be regarding our spiritual relationship, our personal relationship with God, I think in our Christian efforts to prove just how relational we can be with God, we can sometimes lose that sense of awe and wonder and mystery about the presence of God, the Creator. And they kind of would struggle with how familiar we can sometimes be with God. It's just something to note. Indigenous spirituality maintains a very strong sense of mystery about the Creator of all things. It's one thing that's very unique within Indigenous spirituality and expression is Indigenous people are okay with mystery. Euro-Canadian, Canada, coming from the Greeks and the philosophers and the Roman thinkers, it's all about dissecting and figuring out, how things work. And Indigenous people are much like the Hebrew people, the Jewish people, where you don't dissect things. The more you dissect, the less real it is. It's everything in wholeness. There's actually a Jewish expression called the nefesh. It's referring to the whole, right? And there's this understanding that our expression in relationship with the Lord, it's not just one part of us. It's all of us. It's everything that makes up me is to worship the Lord. So there's this wholeness, the nefesh. You can't separate it out. And as much as we understand that there's a physical body, there's a spirit and there's a soul, right? There's our mind and there's that eternal part of us that exists that is separate from the body, and yet to the Jewish person, it's like, yeah, you can see those three things, but I'm not human unless they're all together, the nefesh. And I am to worship my God with all of those things, not just my intellect, not just, my spirit or my mind, not just my body, but it's all of it. And so Indigenous people would have that same idea of that's how you express attention to Creator is through everything, not just certain aspects. And so I think that as Christians we understand, right? God's transcendent, and traditional Indigenous thought would carry that similar understanding that He's transcendent and yet He still relates to His creation. Christians believe the same thing. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah. I'm gonna get to that in just a little bit. So we'll press up against a bit of that. So let me just kind of share here. So within Indigenous thought, you've got the term of Creator, and just so you know, Creator is actually not like a proper name. Although, it's often used in that manner by dropping, the definite article, the, in front of it. You may hear, even within Christian circles, there'll be those that say Holy Spirit, not the Holy Spirit, right? Signifying that Holy Spirit is the actual name of the third person of the Trinity. Well, in a similar case, Indigenous people would not presume to name the Creator of all things, but it's simply a description of the act of what Creator did. Now, of all the various designations for Creator, they're really descriptions. I know in one Cree dialect, it's the Great Spirit. The Sioux out in the Midwest, there in the States, they refer to him as the Great Mystery. Many First Nations refer to and give the title to Creator as grandfather, whatever their local name, their local term, native term for grandfather. They would attribute that to the Creator, to God, or at least their God, what they recognize as Creator, which conveys the idea of he's the oldest, most respected elder, kind of akin to Jehovah in the Old Testament, where in Daniel chapter 7, there's a reference to the Ancient One. Same idea with grandfather. Here's the thing. Personally, I think traditional indigenous religion, it's remarkably close to both Christian and the Judaic concept of an understanding of God. In some ways, there's actually a lot less barriers for an indigenous person to come to faith through Christ than an Orthodox Jew. Basically because, traditional indigenous people would have a less of an issue with Creator coming in the form of man through his creation. And we know how the Jews stumbled over Jesus being God. Indigenous people wouldn't have that same hang-up because they believe God, Creator, communes to humanity, to his creation, through his creation. And so spirituality, I think, is probably the most misunderstood aspect of indigenous expression by the rest of Canada. For North American indigenous people, spirituality denotes two primary things. You've got a belief in the Creator, and you have the recognition of the spirit realm. Now, most of mainline Christianity can deal with this, right? We got no problem with this. Where things really kind of get complicated is in the heightened stature that nature and the elements of Mother Earth receive, okay, within the indigenous expression of spirituality. And that's where the initial rub begins to happen. And then the irritation kind of continues and perhaps grows with indigenous spirituality's liberal use of like physical artifacts and ceremony, being it for some, it's drums, the smudging, the sweat lodges, the regalia, the nomenclature, the names being used in expressing these acts of worship. It's inescapable to see the significant role that nature plays within the indigenous worldview. And it can be almost impossible to parse nature and its tangible experience from an indigenous person's like spiritual expression. Okay? And it really, again, see, it comes back to the worldview about how everything is connected. And so when you see expressions of spirituality in all things, like be it smudging or sweat lodges or thanking Mother Earth or an animal for giving up its resources, it can be really difficult to decipher. One of the things, well, let me just kind of finish this thought. We're going to look into some of that why here in just a moment. But before I do that, I think it's really important to state that, see, earlier missionary efforts, okay, were often based on the presupposition, the assumption that the indigenous understanding of the Creator and the creation was just very simplistic and without merit, which the very opposite is actually the case. I think it may help us understand the indigenous perspective by stating that at its core, traditional indigenous spirituality actually tended, I've got tends here, but tended, it's probably better in past tense, tended to recognize the spirit in the earth and not the spirit of the earth. Okay, now that's a significant difference. See, indigenous culture actually has a very robust creation theology, right? Where the idea of revelation can actually be found in the natural process of creation. And we see glimpses of this actually in Scripture. Psalm 19, 1-4, Romans chapter 1, verse 20, concerns about how you can see God's handiwork, right, within his creation. But here's the thing. Admittedly, the language that's often used during spiritual expressions may not necessarily convey that distinction, right? It's not always easy to hear, okay, they talking about the spirit in the earth, or that which is the Creator's spirit in the earth, or are they talking about the spirit of the earth? I mean, sometimes that's not easy to decipher. And sometimes it's because there isn't a difference anymore. Okay? Now, some indigenous Christians look to express an indigenous flavor of worship. Those that are looking to express an indigenous flavor of worship, they would say that they are recognizing the spirit of the Creator, Jehovah, in his creation. And they're simply using elements of creation as like a mediator to express that to him. And yet others would say, no, I can no longer make that, I cannot decipher the difference there anymore. And so there is a real divide even within First Nations, even within the same First Nations, believers saying, you know what, I can't see that as being redeemable. I can't do that. And then you'll have same First Nation saying, I can. We got a question? Yeah. Hmm. Right. Hmm. Right. Yeah. Right. And that is the constant tension, even within the First Nation community, where you have those that have come to a convinced these elements, varying degrees, are redeemable within my culture. And then you have, within that same First Nation, you can have individuals who are like, no, it's not. Which is fine in and of itself, but then you get the human problem of people being militaristic on both sides, right? And say, no, you can't, right? And so we're seeing this tension with, as Paul the Apostle speaking to those concerning like food being offered to idols, and that whole tension of the human dynamic within spiritual expression and worship. And it needs to be something that's worked out. And this is part of this conversation, because part of the taboo of things has come about because of actually not really knowing and understanding. Now, I'm not up here saying, because you're gonna hear me say that I don't do a lot of these things, because I liken it to Catholicism. I'm a firm believer there are Catholic Christians, absolutely, but the elevated sense of some of the ritual and the practices, the elevated status of saints, the Virgin Mary. See, at the core, what becomes the issue within indigenous spirituality is the elevated role that creation and its elements play as being the mediator to God, to the Creator, when it potentially often does diminish the mediating role that Christ played, right? And so there are some indigenous believers who are able to bring that elevated issue of creation and the ritual that all surrounds all of that, and they're able to meld that and understand that Jesus Christ is the mediator for sin, and that I'm expressing my worship and recognition of that through those old, creation elements from indigenous. But I tell you, for me, that's too that's too complicated for me. It's like, yep, be awed by it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Right. Problem comes is people don't keep their opinions to themselves. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Protestant. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. 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 So let me. I see that Pastor Jess is back. So the dessert is. Listen. Like we're 25 minutes to 3. I'm going to finish before 3. Let me just share this, and then we can end with a sugar high. All right? Okay. Sure. Yes, it is. When it comes right down to it, is personally, I believe it is a matter of personal conscience. Just as the Apostle Paul addressed the individuals who struggled with the eating of meat that was sacrificed to idols. It was a matter of conscience, recognizing that, okay, we want to be edifiers for the whole body. And so it's like, pick your spots, pick your time, and so because you don't want to be a stumbling block, and yet there's the understanding that we're not beholden to other people's convictions. And this is where it gets complicated because some people don't understand their boundaries. Just because it's my conviction doesn't mean I can impose that conviction on you. We know that in principle, but, well, yeah, right? Emotions can get the best of us, and we start imposing our own convictions all the time on others, in little subtle ways, and sometimes it comes out very ferociously. But yeah, it's a matter of personal journey. I mean, it's your walk with the Lord that you're responsible for. So embrace that, and allow that authentic journey with Jesus to take you where it does. So let me just kind of sum up here. As I was saying, like I know the complexity of this whole indigenous spirituality reminds me a lot of Catholicism. How they adhere to the sainthood and that, and you've got this such an elevated position given to the Virgin Mary as being, these various mediators. You got the sainthood and all of that as these mediators to communicate with God. And so you've got traditional indigenous people make extensive use of creation to commune with the Creator. They both emphasize. They both emphasize. Both emphasis can get in the way. When you have that level of elevated emphasis for any one segment of a spiritual expression, it can get in the way of recognizing Christ as the mediator, right? It's perhaps, the Catholics, their biggest hindrance is because their expression of worship is so convoluted with all these avenues of ritual and how you pray What types of prayers, and it seems like you're never praying to Jesus. It's always some saint. And so you can see how, and yet there are some true believers, saved Catholics. And I believe there are truly Spirit-filled, full of the Spirit, indigenous believers who have embraced a whole lot more of their indigenous culture than perhaps I would be comfortable with. Okay? But they've been able to, through their conviction, their personal conviction, they've been able to navigate that because they've understood. And hopefully how I've kind of laid it out has helped you see how it is possible, even if you're not comfortable with it. See, one of the things that non-indigenous missionaries did, the biggest mistakes, they just demonized everything, not understanding how robust indigenous spirituality was in Creator. Right. Yeah. 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 And see, and now it's been long enough that's coming from indigenous people, right? So it's interesting. There's this real kind of tug in wanting to redeem things. You've got that within the Christian culture as well. There's this real strong push to redeem a lot of things. And sometimes in the exuberance of wanting to right things that were wrong before, you get that pendulum swing where you can get so anxious about restoring what was lost, and you want to prove how native you are. Case in point, so I am a Bill C-31 recipient. If you're not familiar, 1985, it was passed because of this discrepancy where if a native man married a non-native woman, not only did he remain native, obviously, but their children were considered fully native, all right? But if a native woman married a non-native man, not only did she stop being Indian, but her children were not considered. So that was my grandmother's situation. And so 1985, that was rectified and changed. And then there was Bill C-3 that came out because it didn't quite rectify the situation, didn't go far enough. And so Bill C-3 went further, and it said any grandchild or what have you, offspring born before 1985 could also qualify for that's where I come into. So my grandmother was reinstated in 85 along with her children, so my mom. And then later on when Bill C-3 came through, because I was born before 85, I too could fall under this. And so that was rectified. Well, since 85, there was this big kind of rush, swell of indigenous pride. And it's kind of funny how on our territory in Tyndonega, you saw an awful lot of people really trying hard to show you how Indian they were. Embracing, culture. Just, it's like, all of a sudden we had people spearfishing in the Napanee River, when it was salmon run time. Never seen that before, and it wasn't a practical place at all. It's not worth your time or effort, but I'm showing you, because I legally can, and I'm going to show you how native I am. I can do this. So, that's just a natural human expression, right? It's a reaction to, okay, this was robbed of me. Now I have it back. Now I'm going to, right? And you want to, almost, you want to exploit it. You just want to show it. Maybe show it off. It can be similar within the Christian circles of, look how much liberty I have, and I can do this. Now that's fine, but of course, human nature, we get in the way all the time, and so we're constantly saying, you should do this too, or you can't do this, or we shouldn't be doing this, right? And so it's just, we can't get out of our own way sometimes. But let me finish with this right here. Having said all that, let me conclude my talk by sharing this. This is a quote from former Stoney Nation First Nations chief from Alberta. His name is Walking Buffalo. Died in 1967, the year I was born. He was also an active member of the United Church when he was alive. And this is what he said. We saw the Great Spirit's work in almost everything. Sun, moon, trees, wind, and mountains. Sometimes we approached him through those things. Was that so bad? Do you know that trees talk? Well, they do. They talk to each other, and they'll talk to you if you listen. Trouble is, white people don't listen. They never learned to listen to the Indians, so I don't suppose they'll listen to other voices in nature. But I have learned a lot from trees. Sometimes about the weather, sometimes about the animals, sometimes about the Great Spirit. So with that, we can, oh, look at that. That's David Foster. I know that one. That's okay. I'm finished. So with that, we can have a bit of cake or whatever kind of the dessert is. But I appreciate your time and your commitment to listen to me with all of this, and just to be a part of the process of getting to know each other better, getting to know our world and those that we've been placed in fellowship with. It's vital that we get to know each other, and to be willing to be accommodating to differing views. You know, the older I get, it's like the more people I'm letting into heaven. Just that sense of grace, I'm just thankful it's not up to me. So I'm not going to waste my time with fighting these battles amongst other believers in Christ, and set my hand to the task at hand and winning a world that is clearly lost, and working with others towards that process. And so I trust that you'll be a part of that as well. So let me just have a word of prayer here. Heavenly Father, we thank you. Such great conversation, such a great time of being able to reflect and just to give some consideration to all of these things. Perhaps for some of us it's been a bit like drinking from a fire hose. It's been a lot. But Lord, if anything has just kind of seeped in, we hold on to those things, and we thank you, Lord, that it's not completely up to us. We're not left on our own, but Lord, we have your Spirit within us. And so I ask, Lord God, that your grace would abound and that your love would be conveyed clearly amongst each other and to this community. Because you told the disciples in that upper room, as you were washing their feet the night before you were going to be betrayed and hang on a cross, you said they will know you are my disciples by the love that you have for one another. And so I pray that if we want to to win this world, to win this community, then we better love each other first. So help us, Lord God, to express that in tangible ways, in real ways, in authentic ways. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Thank you.